Apparently I left Godot in a state that it just crashes when it launches right now. I'm really not sure how I did that. I remember seeing it say world compilation failed. Terrain 3. What? Why does that one happen? I think I've seen that before. Like, what even could be wrong there? Failed to compile dependent scripts. Okay. I mean, before I've actually had no problem with that. Definitely it's because it keeps insisting on opening up the world scene. I'm sure if it would load without opening the world scene, it'd be fine. Maybe I can close it really quickly. Oh, cool. I was gonna say cool, but it looks like it's actually gonna crash again anyway. It is time to remember what I was doing last time. Sometimes it gets late, and I'm like, you know, just losing my train of thought. Yesterday I got like super lost. I got really lost. I could not remember what I was doing. Alright, well I guess I'm gonna have to stay in recovery mode for a bit. Until I have this in a state that it can compile. Compile. Okay. I believe I was just trying to set this up so that I have... let's close docs. So I have my sound resource, which essentially just provides a stream and a volume and a pitch. I have a sound resource variable, which is the same thing, but it adds this offset. As well as overriding these methods so that it can return a randomized volume and pitch whenever you call it. And then I have sound resource layered, which provides several sound resources that should all play. Each sound resource is paired with a Boolean true or false if it can be, if that sound can overlap. So if it needs like two channels essentially, 2 tracks. Right. And then I have my positional audio player, which the idea is just to run every single sound that I play in the game through this node. And the idea behind it is it's going to, whenever I call play, essentially it's going to call out to some global, probably something in global world. That's probably where it should go, where it will go. Not even should, but definitely will, because that's like the intention of this script. It has a global tracker for time. It has a printer just for formatting time with that. A time of day as well. This noding nodes in groups. A very nice thing. Caching as well. It caches for every 5 ticks too. Saving a little bit of time there. So basically I just wanted to be able to call play. And hit play. Now, depending on the resource that it has, changes how it will play. Whenever I call play, not even when I call play, honestly, whenever I set the sound resource, I need to do some this is where I got lost last time. I need to do some upfront processing to figure out what I'm going to do when I play that sound. Particularly for this polyphonic stream, because if I have a layered sound, or anything else that might play several sounds at once, I need to somehow set this polyphonic value right away, as soon as I load the sound in. Now, does that happen? It probably actually doesn't happen when I set it. Alright, here's what I can do. I can set a Boolean value so that when I call set, I track like essentially just a dirty flag that tells me I need to recompute how many streams I need next time I call play, and I just run that function. And I will do a if we're not currently the same value. Right. And I think these will need to have groups on them. I could also have it be the parent, but maybe that doesn't make sense, because I could have one node that has multiple positional audio players and they each have different groups. I was thinking about doing this for the vehicle. The vehicle would have a horn, an engine, tires, a collision sound. So whenever it collides with something, it will teleport a positional audio player to the point of impact and then play a crash sound. So a vehicle could have like one, two, probably the engine and the tires could be a single layered sound. But I don't know. I would really like it if a vehicle is running, it actually, you hear the engine coming from where the engine is. And perhaps a little bit of maybe something a bit something interesting for the tires that I could do is, if I think of a car rolling, there's 4 tires, right? But you're standing next to the car, you're going to hear the 2 tires that are closest to you. I mean, if you're standing here and a car's like rolling past you, or maybe here and a car's rolling past you, you're only going to hear basically just the 2 tires that are next to you. And it's going to be loudest next to the tire that is actually sitting next to you. So I was thinking of something interesting that I could do is I could use a layered sound. So just playing 4 separate tire sounds. And using some, essentially just changing the volume of each tire track depending on their distance. So the positional audio player will be centered at the vehicle, you know, down where the tires would be. Maybe even a little bit beneath the vehicle. No, that don't make sense. That'd be too much. I was thinking about basically having a box between all the tires, and the positional audio player will travel, essentially draw a raycast to you, and then put itself on the box. So that wherever you're standing, the audio player is at its closest point to you. So if you're standing next to a tire, it should be like pretty close to that tire. Close enough that sound-wise, it'll sound correct. And then also essentially doing a trace to each of the tires and setting its volume based on that. So it won't be totally accurate, but I think that could be an interesting system just to keep it down to one audio player for the tires, and it still sound really good when it rolls past you. It'll sound like each tire is individually producing sound, even though it's coming from one player. That's a bit crazy though. That's definitely future stuff. That, in fact, I would even say that's like quality polish stuff. Like game is done, and I'm like, oh, I would really like the tires to sound cool when they roll past you. Anyway, doing all that, little rant over. So if we don't have a sound, and also want to do if sound dirty, I want to call basically just this method, update polyphonic. It's going to go through the sound resource and figure out how many channels we need. And I will put this out here. I'm going to load add-on. Okay, sure. And it's going to have to be kind of recursive too, actually. So it is going to have to be recursive. So I guess I'll just have another function underneath it. That'll be so update polyphonic is essentially just going to if we have a sound resource, rather if we don't have a sound resource, then our, I think it's player stream, what is this? That value, polyphony. Can I write this as an as? I think I can. Wait, if it's a resource, I can write as. Good. Audio stream. I think if I do this, does that actually work? Okay, it does. I feel like in the past, if you wrote something like this, it wouldn't actually work that way. It wouldn't think, it wouldn't fill this in. I feel like in the past, it wouldn't do this. Unless I wrote as here as well. If we don't have a player, we return. I don't know how that would happen, but if we don't have a stream, this should probably be an error, shouldn't it? These should probably be errors. but I will write audio. Just that. If we don't have a sound, that's fine. We'll just set it to 0. And otherwise, I will do stream. Polyphony is calculate sound. And I guess this can be static. So now essentially all I really will do is go through and check some of these things. If it's a variable, then it's 1. You can play 1 sound at a time. I guess I could also write a minimum amount. That might make sense. Yeah, let me say this. Let me say... a polyphonic value, and... or just that. And I'll use a range. We set it to 0 when we want it to compute automatically. 32, 1, or greater. I feel like this should just be added. Or maybe a multiplier. Because if I provide just a single sound resource, maybe I specifically want it to I want to set that, because otherwise it's going to default to 1. Or it would just default to something and be 1. It probably should be a multiplier, shouldn't it? Yeah. Yeah, I think it should be a multiplier. So when I call update polyphonic, if there's no sound, we just set this to 0, that's fine. Then I will do multiply by whatever this result is. And then I guess I would say if we are a layered sound, then I need to let me actually say this is update sound instead of update that. And this will just be an array of sound resource. And I still really don't trust this stuff. Yeah, I really don't trust this stuff actually. So let me undo that. Do that. And in the init, I'll do that. I do new? No, just this. Can I do array? I mean, default is like this though. So. Cool. And really, this should probably go up here, shouldn't it? Okay. So I don't want to be calling get sounds constantly because yeah, essentially I think what I would rather do is throw everything together. This will be an array. Not a sound resource, but because I really need this overlap thing. There's sometimes where I may want to say, definitely don't play the sound over itself, right? So here, those sounds is build sound array from sound. Turns an array of all nested sound resources paired with a boolean for overlap, paired with the boolean for overlap or Go to the Boolean. It specifies if a sound may overlap itself. Okay. Now, what happens if I have a sound layered that contains a sound layered and that sound, the original one says don't overlap? I would say that just means everything underneath it is set to no. So even if I have a sound layered, if I have one that says no and then underneath it there's something that says yes, that gets set back to no. If there's something that says yes and then something says no, this one is no, but then all the other sounds will still say yes. Right? And I guess by default they are true, right? They can overlap themselves. I guess it would be true if polyphony is greater than positive? Let me just pass this in, because I think I need it. If we are layered, then essentially I have to have to retrieve the full list, and or not just the full list, but yeah, get this. So I have result an empty array. And then I would say for in layered get sounds. Not like this though. It will start at 0, go up the size, but stride by 2. Yep. Leave that as an error, I guess, because then it highlights way too much other crap. Okay. honestly, let me move this all out here. Whatever. One sec. What the? What just happened? Oh my god, what the fuck just happened? What the fuck just happened? I just tabbed out and tabbed back in. It just literally deleted, like, the last 40 minutes of stuff that I typed. What the hell? What was that? Danilin, what'd you do? Oh my fucking god. What? Are we... Huh? That pissed me off. Wow. Really? That's insane. Why did it just wipe everything? I mean, whatever. It's not like I, you know, wrote... It's not like I fucking created a masterpiece that I'm never going to be able to reproduce, but... Come on. Why? Jeez. That was so stupid. It's not even Godot just... It just... Huh? Why did it do that? Why did it do that? Just literally, why did it do that? That's crazy to me. Okay, new thing I learned. When you're in recovery mode, Godot will just straight up unload your script without telling you and just... Dude, I'm not gonna go back and like watch my video and copy it over. I know what I wrote. That's so stupid though. That is so dumb. That's unbelievable. I actually can't believe that. That is literally unbelievable. Nuts. Push error. Zen 6 is coming out. Is coming to AM5. I don't know what any of that meant. I don't know what Zen 6. I don't know what AM5 is. You have to forgive me. I'm gonna be mad for a minute. I'm gonna be upset for a minute. make sure I need to make sure I'm hitting Control S frequently enough before I, you know, just use it. Oh yeah, use Intel. Okay, that makes me even more confused. Why do you not like this one? What's wrong with that? Okay. Well, this one's actually way easier when I wrote it the second time, because now I know, like, exactly what I needed to do with it. Right, and this needed to know. I guess this would actually be false. Um, let me say 1. You can't really set it to 0. That wouldn't make any sense. Right, and then I have an init function here. Right. Build all of those. I actually don't even need to set sounds there either. How to make my avatar grab my gun automatically? IK and look at our failing me? I mean, IK is what you do. I did, set up, what did I do? I animated like a knight swinging a two-handed sword once, and that was probably one of the hardest things I've ever animated before. I used inverse kinematics, snapping their hands onto the sword handle. I even had it set up so I had a node that I could drag up and down the sword handle to like change the position of his hand on the handle and rotation of his hand. It literally took me like 2 days to animate one swing. It was so difficult because I think the challenge with it is that when we hold things two-handed, you know, the real life inverse kinematics that happens just does everything for us. We don't have to think about like where our arms are positioned. But in animation, it's like, it's hard to get things to actually turn in the way that they're supposed to. But I want to put a marker or a button on my gun when the gun scene gets loaded and the left hand automatically grabs it. Yeah, real life inverse kinematics. Yeah. I wonder if it's just like the software that we have set up for inverse kinematics is not rigid enough. Because like if I think about holding something in my hands, I have a lot of room to like move my elbows around and like turn it, that without like detaching my bones, that animation software just doesn't, I think it just doesn't have. Because if you move something out of boundary, you're going to start getting like your mesh intersecting itself. Your bones would like rotate in ways that they're not supposed to. I feel like software should be way more limiting on that. Or just mocap it. That's probably just the way to go. Don't try to manually animate it. Just actually mocap it. Right? I mean, I assume that like what AAA studios do is they have the arms separately animated. Like you see a game with like 50 guns and the hands all just work on the guns. I don't think that's procedural. I think every single one of those has been mocapped and manually animated. Maybe there's modifiers on top for like sway. So like when you're running, maybe that one's procedural. Like the actual grip of the gun and any motion, any large motion that's done with the weapon is animated. Pretty sure. Because I think IK works well for putting feet on the ground, and I think that's actually about it. I think that's literally the only thing that it works well with. Make it work because I'm making a dynamic gun system. That basically the last part. That's going to be a hard challenge. for sure. Definitely like knowing knowing how much trouble I had with Blender animating a sword swing. I would definitely like add some kind of system, like put like really hard calculated constraints on where you can put your target, targets, where you can rotate it, where you can place it. Like as soon as a bone starts getting out of range, you start like locking it down and preventing you from moving it. I think nothing looks sillier than when an arm is fully extended, like overextended and like straight, and it looks super crazy because like you've pulled its target too far away from it. Like I don't think you should be able to pull the target that far away. Like as soon as you start getting out of range, it's like the target can't move any further. Right hand move, gun follow right hand, left hand follows gun. Yeah, good luck. That's hard. I would say that's an unsolved problem. Still. Two-handed IK. Yeah. Single target IK. That is solved. Systems are good enough that looks fine. You know, one leg on the ground, one hand on a door. As soon as both hands need to interact with the same rigid object, two targets need to be on the same rigid object. Unsolved. Only one arm will have IK. Okay, but I'm... If there are two hands on the same rigid object, it's two-handed. And I would say that that still does not have a good solution. Even one on a rigid object that moves isn't very good yet. Still because of that restriction, that constraint thing that lacks. You could still move a target outside of range. The gun is on a no 3D child of a thing that follows that bone. What do you mean no, silly? If there are two hands on the same object, what I'm saying is that does not have a good solution yet. That's hard. That's an unsolved problem. Even if the gun and the right and the left arm are fully animated, all static animations, having a dynamic thing grab onto that anywhere and like move in a way that makes sense, that's unsolved. That's hard. What is it? Unreal Engine, when they had that demo, they were showing off their IK. The big AAA, essentially, game engine studio, the best they could do was put one hand on a door to push it open. That's the best they could do. And that's still like the animation still includes that door push, but they use IK just to move it a little bit further to get it to like properly attach to the door. The legs still look really weird whenever you stand like halfway up a large incline. Your one foot is like up here at your head, and your other one is like extended, hyper extended straight down. Like even one is still, it's good, it's not perfect. If layered, I need to get a resulting array. Is all I really have to do is do like result, append array, build sounds. And then is that recursion? Is that how that works? Oh, then of course I will need to return down here. So if we have a layered sound that includes only plain sound resources, our poly is true. And each one individually is all set to true. Right, so overlap will be this. I don't know why I'm pointing at my screen. Poly is coming back in as 1, and then overlap is always true as well. Or poly is true. Then overlap is going to be true. So we call build sounds. Let's say they're all just this type. So we would return an array of the sound and true. So I would append array sound and true. if we contain a layered sound within a layered sound, what I said would happen is those must all be false if the parent is false, everything underneath it is false. If the parent is true, everything that is true, but then anything is false becomes false. So that this and controls that, gives me that behavior. If this is true, this one must also be true. If this one's false, it must be false. We're going 2 at a time. Is it really that simple? I think it is that simple. I think this works. I think that's how that works. Right? If I happen to return an empty array, then it would just append nothing. Okay, I think that's it, and I'm gonna hit save a couple times just to be safe, and I'm gonna check that Git has this. Was it positional audio player? Do we have it all? Is it all in there? Great. Why did I have stuff added though? Just straight up a new file. Okay, cool. It's in staged. Okay, I thought for a second it just did it again because I'd scrolled up a lot. It just for some reason expanded this, so maybe that's what happened. Maybe because I had errors here, it did some weird caching thing that when I tabbed out and tabbed back in, it opened these back up and then just deleted everything from the file. Good, okay. I have it all. When I call play, if sound is dirty, update the sound and then set that to false, and then I would run through stuff where I play the resources individually. So update sound. Builds my sound array. It computes my polyphony, which just goes through the array and adds 1 for everything that's true. Because if I have a sound, I need to play it. If it is true, which means it could overlap, I need to add 1 more. So that one's actually really, really simple. With a minimum value of 1, so that I'm not like multiplying it to 0. Okay. Huh. So I think the idea here is that when I do this, I need to run through all of my no overlap. Well, first of all, I think if I do this and I call play, what happens? I think I should just immediately stop everything that's running, everything that's playing. Yeah, that would make sense. If sound is dirty, I need to go through and I need to stop everything. So yeah, I do want a stop function for sure. And the way that I do that is I just call playback stop stream, and then I would just clear it at the end. Yeah. If we don't have a playback, I would just return This should probably be an error though. I don't even know what else to like say about that, honestly. Stop called with a null playback. Go through each stream. Can clear it and then clear everything. Would it make sense to keep a third array that's just everything together, so I don't have to iterate through 2 arrays? Nah. Nah, just leave it like that. Stop all playing streams. Stop update sound. Set that to false. And then I would run through and play stuff here. Now my thinking here is I need I still want what is it? Layered still has its own volume and pitch. How do I make sure everything is nesting correctly? Yeah, what happens if I have 2 layered sounds underneath each other? Layered sound A is like 50% volume, and then layered sound B is 20% volume. And everything underneath that. I guess it all just multiplies together, right? Yeah, I assume it just all multiplies together. It could all add together. So if I have a 50% and a 20%, it would be 50... Be like the difference between the two, so it'd be like... Is there like this glow on the side of my face here? What am I seeing? Whatever. I mean, I guess the only thing that makes sense is I just multiply them together. So... Actually, yeah, no, I've got a problem. Because if I set 50 for layered sound, what I do right now is when I build sounds, I lose that information. I lose that information. So, should this be a nested array, then? Arrays inside of arrays? That's really awful, actually. That's just straight up terrible to do that. Alright, let me do this. Let me set... Yeah, because what if I have a layered sound that has like an offset, and then another layered sound underneath that also has an offset? Do those add together? No, the offset adding together there doesn't make sense. I would just retrieve the offset every time. So a layered sound with an offset, that's not a thing. That's actually not even a thing. So yeah, I think I can just add a pitch and a volume. Let me do build sounds, and then pitch, volume and pitch. Yeah, let me do that. This is like pitch scale, right? So pitch scale is defaulting to 1. Volume is 0, pitch scale is 1. Volume... Oh no, wait. Because the way I write it is in decibels. I guess then I can actually add it together, can't I? I can add the volumes. Yeah, because if I have a 0 and a 1, then that means the one underneath it is going to be... If I have a 0 and then a 1, this one's going to be louder, right? So the result should be 0 plus 1. If I have 1 and then a 1, should be 1 plus 1. Or would I even do that? I think I actually have to do linear, don't I? Alright, what's the linear thing? Because I probably need to do that. I was thinking about not converting it to linear because then that's... I might be losing information. But I think I really need it. Oh my god. That's a ridiculously precise value, gonna be honest. I mean, I guess with double precision, it's not that big of a deal. And they say that this this linear... Maybe I should look at it from here instead of... linear energy. The thing is, it's not actually 0 to 1. They pretend like it's 0 to 1, it's not 0 to 1. Alright, well, let me look at the code. So log the input value that just do new graph. Just give me a new one. linear is x, which I believe is e, the natural exponent. It raises the mathematical constant e to the power of x. Yeah. I mean, essentially just like flipping over the x-axis, or the xy axis, or not exactly the xy axis. This would be flipping it over the wait, what is that? Is this over the? What? Wait, what axis is this flipping it on? That's really weird. Anyway, it's not 0 to 1, because if I put in 0 on the linear side, I get 1 decibel. Or is it, no, it's linear, wait. This gives me decibels. Okay. Alright, so 0 is negative infinity, 1 is 0. So I don't actually get any louder, right? So it'd probably be like a slightly different scale, where maybe 6 is my 100% value. Would it be like -6 actually? Actually, I'm not even sure, honestly. What can... Oh, never mind. I think it's up to 0. Hardware is... 0 is defined as the point where no distortion happens. The loudest volume you can get without distortion. Anything over 1 is distortion. I don't know, I guess it's fine. At 20%, you're at -6. And -6 is like... Yeah. I think there has to be like an extra exponential in here or something. Anyway, it's probably close enough. Quit doing that. That actually just scares me. I'm literally just going to delete this whole thing. This whole thing is stupid, isn't it? No, it's not. This is all going to go up here, actually. Wait, no. I need that. Never mind. I do need that. Okay, well, it's just weird. Whatever. Alright, so I convert it to linear and then I multiply it together. That's all I can think of. So here at 1, it reaches 0. So yeah. But I am returning. Stop doing that. What is this random scrolling? This is so dumb. It's actually reloading the whole file every time I tab out. It is literally reloading the whole file every time I tab out. Where am I? I'm in build sounds. Oh, cool. It deleted that. Even though I'm pretty sure I saved that, it deleted it. Because I definitely tabbed out and came back, and that was there. Okay. Did I actually just lose anything? I don't know, because it keeps resetting itself. I actually don't know if I just lost anything. I'm now wondering if it's like progressively going further and further back every time I reload it. Okay, this needs to be... Stride of 4. Saved. Now I need to see if this is like undoing anything when I tab back out and back in. I'm doing things on here for a little while, and then we come back. Dude, I don't know. This is making me mad. Because I'm pretty sure I typed all that, and I was like obsessively hitting Control Save. I don't understand what just happened there. This is in decibels, so it's 0. And then pitch scale starts at that value. If it is a sound resource variable, alright, this is the problem, because I guess I pass in volume and that, and these will be added together or multiplied together. No, this has to be a linear value. Alright, I'm gonna obsessively hit Control Save here. We must be saved. So a linear output here. Input is in decibels and output is in linear. Wait, why is it like that? Wait, did I do something wrong here? Hang on. Oh, I think log is natural log. Oh my god. And log here is base 10 log. That's why this looked weird. Okay. Yeah, because I was like, I feel like this should be like roughly -6 at 0.5. There we go. Now if I do y equals x, I get a nice line going straight through everything. And then they pass again up here. Cool. Now if I go back, I obsessively hit Control Save, so when I go back, it's not gonna delete it. Okay, it's still there. So this is a linear output. Whenever I run it, I get this volume, and I will multiply it by, if it's a variable resource that I'm about to play, I multiply that by this value, which this is a linear value. I guess 0 is fine for linear value. If I actually put in 0, oh sorry, undefined. So what do I do? What do I do? Like max 0 and like. Oh, that. What do I do? How dare I be late? Yeah. Okay, so I mean, I guess that's fine. I don't know. It says undefined, but it... Okay, math-wise it's undefined, but for... Yeah, actually, if it's 0, I just won't play the sound, right? I just won't play the sound at all if it's 0. So if we have a sound, let me just do this. If not sound, continue. If sounds I plus 1, which would be volume, is approximately 0. This is going to be linear. Continue. Oh, so I'm adding 1, and then if it's an overlap, it gets an extra 1. Also, hi, Yulia. I don't know if I actually said hi. Pitch scale. Pitch also multiplies. Gee, I can multiply it out here, can't I? I can pre-multiply these out. Whenever I get sound variable though, I know that I have to get this value and then multiply it with that, with whatever I retrieve from there. How's life? It's well. Yeah. How's Dan? Struggling. Last I heard. With getting hands to hold onto a gun. Hands with what? He's setting it up so that a hand will hold on to a weapon at a given position. Struggling that he's talking about Opus. I'm assuming that's Maple Leaf. Hi, Maple Leaf. Maybe you would prefer map 13L3AF. Maple works. Yeah. I'm honestly not liking this. I feel like this is too much. What if I just say no layered sounds and other layered sounds? What if that's what I say? I could say that. I could say that's not allowed, because that would be crazy. And then I don't have to do this extra stuff with, like, computing values. Okay, here's like an example idea. Let's say I'm building a weapon sound. Thanks for following, Maple. And for some reason I want to go super crazy and I want the mechanical part to be a layered sound. The weapon is already a layered sound. It's already a layered sound. Would I just say, no, you can't do that, and I need to combine those in a program outside of Godot? Because I feel like editing that would be... I even have layered sound as an abstract, so you have to implement... Every time you want to make a layered sound, you have to, like, do it all through code. You have to make the type through code. Is that unusable? A little bit unusable? Should I just have... have that be just the base class itself? Or like the concrete class or whatever you would say. I want the layered sound because I want to vary every single aspect of a weapon sound. I want to have them all in pieces and then do very small changes every time you play a sound. Because that way it'll make every fire not sound like it's the exact same sound looping itself. Which I think already, for like my simple example, already works really well. With avoiding, like, I guess the term is ear fatigue of listening to it. But the reason I have the weapon set up the way I do is because I really want to be rigid in how I set them up. I need individual pieces like this. Very specifically these 5 sounds. The dog moved? Yeah. The sunlight is starting to come in. It's getting in position to get the maximum amount of sun. But I think there is a need for just a generic layered sound. Like, I don't need a full type. I'm just like, okay, well, I want... Let's say I do go crazy and I want the mech part to have its own layered stuff. Just as like a generic thing. And I don't have a specific name scheme for that. Not a Hassan moment. Dude, everyone is still talking about that. We need to do something about that? Do something about what? The sunlight? I need to set a manual exposure again, because it's like blowing out. My webcam is cropped, but like the auto exposure is not. And it's like totally messing that up. There we go. But sure, the sun too. Something about the dog. What does that mean? What do we do about the dog? He's just hanging out. Dude, something with the sound is actually like super bothering me. I don't get it. This turned him into a Pokemon. I'm actually super bothered by the sound. I feel like I'm overcomplicating it. But at the same time, I know that I probably want this. I want to be able to do this. What sound? Just the system. I need to set it up so that every time I play a sound, I can retrieve that from, like, I haven't played it. Well, there's no sound. Just the system. I'm setting up so that every time I play a sound, it has a position, and I can have the AI retrieve that information in the future, so it knows what sound has been played and, like, how loud it was relative to its position. But I also have to set it up so that this audio player can just support everything in it. So I can have just a normal single sound file. I can have a built-up sound like the weapon sound, where it has multiple parts and they're all slightly varied whenever they play. A randomized sound, so whenever I walk on grass, it picks like one of like 10 files to play, with variation on top of that. And something about this setup is just starting to bother me. I feel like it's not quite right. Give me a general tour of what I have so far? Sure. There's actually an issue. I'm in recovery mode right now because apparently this file failing to compile is like totally busting up the whole project and I can't even run. So, but I'll see what I can at least show. I'm assuming the terrain is not going to load at all. Okay, yeah. It's a little bit rough. There's no terrain, there's no sky. I don't even know why the sky isn't loading, honestly. That does not depend on sound at all. Yeah. The weapons aren't loading. Should be a pile of weapons over here. Those do depend on the sound. Yeah, unfortunately I can't show anything right now. So last thing I just did was I set up the AI so that it can see you. It will investigate things that it sees. It will chase things. It will attack you when it gets close enough. That's all set up with goals. So I'm not actually writing any code. I'm just setting... Where is it? So I have a mind here. I give the senses. Right now it's only the vision sense. I have secondary sense, which is just something to control memories based on sight. So whenever he sees you, he gains like a curiosity about you. It's set up so I can have him turn to face you when he reaches a certain level. He will travel towards you. And then there's chasing. So if you're in a certain group, he will chase you at a high speed. And then there's attacking if you're in a certain group. He'll do a melee attack where he just paths straight to you and then plays an attack. And it's all just set up for mostly proof of concept right now. It's going to get a lot more intense later on. Did you make the map or is it generated? Who is the he in question? Zombie. Over here. This is just a placeholder asset for now. I probably am going to change it in the future. But this guy. The map is all... It's not generated. The terrain is missing. There's like a whole... Do I have the map still on here? No, I've deleted the map. Let me see if I can like scroll out to about the proper scale. This map is about this big, I think. It's actually a lot larger than that, never mind. It's pretty much the size of this blue square. There's just a lake, and then there's a town over here. There's the player's cabin over here, which is just a white mesh right now. Half the streets aren't even loading because they're on like scripted curves. Can I actually load the weapons at all? I have like placeholder stuff for the weapons. They're just okay, so these are loading. They're just boxes right now. This one has a working scope on it. So when you aim with it, you actually look through the scope. I've got a shotgun, which is very large and blocky, and like I think it's double the size that it's supposed to be, because I messed up the dimensions. I get a revolver. A fully functioning revolver. The UI shows like the cylinder positions. You can cock the hammer. You can go into a fan the hammer mode, which basically will fire the weapon as fast as you can click. It loads shotgun shells and slug shells. It's a bit insane because it technically loads 12 gauge rounds, which is not normal. Average size and fully functional. Yeah, some of these things are a bit oversized. And then I just have a regular automatic rifle. Same thing, charging handle. It will have iron sights. I didn't put that on there. The revolver, I didn't mention it. It does have iron sights, which are functional. So when you aim, you actually use the iron sights on it. I could even line up with it. You would actually use the iron sights. Good news, Olmec. Jesus is with us. IK is deprecated. IK is deprecated? Or do you mean like experimental? Because I know they have things marked experimental. Yeah. Unfortunately, I can't actually play the game to run any of this because the sound is all broken. Which all the weapons depend on the sound. So they call it deprecated. That's weird, actually. Okay. I think I just don't like this sound because it's hard for me to think about, maybe. Maybe it's a skill issue. I don't know, this part, I really don't like this part, but I think it seems necessary. Okay. That function is done. I'm gonna hit save, make sure that we're actually saving, and I'm not gonna lose all of it because I tab out. If the volume is 0, I skip it, so that's good. Actually, no, that's not right. This is what's wrong. I should not be running that there, nor should I be running this here. I'm just storing. Okay, this one actually has to happen. This one has to happen. For the layered, this one has to happen. But what if I, yeah, this thing, if I change the base volume in a layered resource, it's gonna break. This doesn't work anymore. All right. I figured it out. Something else has to be here. This has to be something different. I can't do this. I just simply cannot do that. And I don't want to do a nested array because that's crazy for memory and ridiculous. All right, maybe what I do is I would provide a layered sound resource has its own like built-in. Okay, I think this is what I do. Nest all the arrays. Yeah. All right, I think what I do, no longer abstract. Don't need that. Actually, I do need that because I don't want the file there. Get rid of that. That's all fine. And I just want to add... Yeah, I'll just make this like the base thing. So I will have an export here for sound. Yeah, just sounds. Which is going to be an array of sound resource. So when I override this, I will do this over here. That goes away. Don't do that. Hides the sound export. So I think I probably have to do... Do I have to do this? Probably. So now if I were to click that, I guess it worked. And then if I take this off, does that work? There's sounds. Or maybe I just wasn't paying attention and it was there. Okay, the sounds is still there. Why? Wait, file is there. What? I'm assuming recovery mode doesn't allow tools to run. That's probably what's happening, right? Because that definitely should have worked. Because this was working before, and now it's not. Okay. Okay. And then layered sound, I think, needs to have a method that will take... Essentially what I'll do is if I get a layered sound, what am I trying to do? What am I trying to do? I would loop through sounds and I would play them. No. Oh my god. What was I doing? Because this gives me nesting back without... Wait, no, this is doing nesting again. But I need a basic one. I have to actually be allowed to nest. But I just don't want to create a copy of all of it. So this means I don't have to make the copy. I can just iterate through the list. All right, there's an issue right now that I don't know exactly how to solve, and I think I'm just gonna ignore it. I always say this and then I solve it anyway, but I think I might actually ignore it this time. Where if I change one of these things, if I change any of these, I have to update the sounds array. My plan here is for sound resource weapon, when I init, which should be after I have... I don't even know. I actually don't even know. Oh man, how does the get work? Is this correct? Would I override this? This is in C. So I don't have get. I meant get. I do have get. Override this method to customize the behavior of get. Should return the given property's value or null if the property should be handled normally. This method is not called when getting built-in properties of an object, including properties defined with export. Great. Okay, so now the problem is, how do I even set this? And it just undid it. This is really making me mad. I saw it just delete some new lines there, which I don't even know if that means I had anything else saved or unsaved. Jeez. Okay, honestly, I don't like any of it. What do I do? I think I'm just getting a little bit frustrated. I think that's what it is. I think I'm just getting a little bit annoyed that I'm in this weird recovery mode that keeps deleting my changes. And it's a hard problem. And I just need to be okay with that. I need to take a little bit of time to figure it out. Alright, here's the strategy. I think I just start writing the code as if I'm at the highest level already, right? So let me... go up here. I'm going to remove all that. I'm just going to start writing it again as if I'm already at the highest level. Okay? So. Oh, I've already hit a problem. What happens when I have a sound that is actually quiet? What happens when I have a nested layered sound where the outside volume is like the layered sound is at like something like way down here, right? And then somewhere in the middle of it, there's a nested layer sound that is like at 20. Okay, here's the real problem. I'm using this value when the true sound is, the true volume of the sound is embedded in the actual sound itself. I'm just going to say I can't solve that, and that would take too much processing, and I'm just going to use like the maximum base volume of every sound that I'm playing and call that my volume level. Actually, no, I don't do that. I just use the base volume of my actual sound resource. Whatever it is, I use this as the volume, and I call that the volume. So what if I have an actually quiet sound that is audible? What do I do? Would I have that play at base volume of 0? Or would I say, oh, that seems a bit too loud, let me turn that down. And then I use this volume. But the sound is already quiet at 0. Maybe what I really need is the base volume and then like a loudness multiplier that applies after the base volume. That would solve that. Let's do that. Let me put in a loudness parameter that goes from, I guess I would treat it like a decibel value, like just add to this. Or it wouldn't add to it, it would, I'd convert it to linear and then multiply it by that value. I really do need that. Okay. So I definitely needed that, like, immediately. So then what I will do is I will keep track of a loudness value. That would have started like negative infinity. Maybe I'll do loudness linear, started at 0. And then I would say, If it's a variable sound, I would do... I guess I would say play sound, and then I want to give it the playback. So this should be a static function. It needs... I call play on a single individual sound. I give it a stream. Okay, well, it will retrieve the stream for me from the sound resource. But it would be an error to call this on like a layered sound. So player is playback. So I give it my playback. It will return an integer. I'm not actually sure what I would do with this yet. But I also need to compute. Okay, but if it's a variable sound, I run... This gets the volume and the pitch for me, but then I don't know what that actually played at. Actually, what I would really do is if it's a layered sound. Sorry. These are like the custom ones. If this is a layered sound, I guess I would say if we are a layered sound. Then I guess I always have to check this anyway, if we're not layered. I just have to return right away. And nothing happens. Yeah. Okay. I guess a marker 2 here. And then this would just be the base stuff. I get the volume, I get the pitch, and I don't want to do this here because I need to know, at the very least I need to know volume. And then I would say, I would say like play sound, playback. I want to play this particular sound with this volume and this pitch. I would get an ID back. Well, I think I wouldn't. I think it would handle... It doesn't need to do IDs here. This would... Oh, this is static, so it wouldn't actually know that. Okay, so I have to do the checkout here then, right? Is play sound, and then if ID is not invalid ID, I'm done. Otherwise, if it is, what's the idea here? If we are overlapping, we remove an overlapping sound. Otherwise, I would remove a no overlap sound. So how do I know if this one is overlapping? This one is overlapping if the only time that overlapping exists is in a layered sound. This is a very layered sound thing. And I don't want to write this loop for like every single time I'm doing something. I want this to be handled within... So this won't be a static function. Then my thinking is in a layered sound. All right. Let's write it for a layered sound. Let's just straight up write this for a layered sound and forget all that for now. Let's write it as if I'm doing a layered sound. So what would be nice from a layered sound? It would be nice if I would just go through every single, like something like this. I do that. I iterate through each one, and I would say play sound. I mean, that would be the dream, right? That'd be the dream. It doesn't, okay, it starts getting more complicated though. This isn't like the full... Alright, whatever. I'm writing it as if it's the highest level, okay? This is like the simplest way that this could be written. For every single sound, play the sound. We're playing them all at the same time. But from this, I do have to collect a loudness. So somewhere around here, I'm getting a loudness value. So it would be nice if play sound could return this loudness value. The maximum value between play sound and the current value. I think it's a little too much nesting, to be honest. Do it here. Okay. then at the end of this, I would say global world. I don't even know what I would call this. Maybe I would just say like sound played. Sound played at global position honestly, I think the ideal way is actually to pass in the player. Is that right? This is the yeah, the audio stream player 3D plays positional sound in 3D space. From the player, and then I would just say, I guess I would also give it some groups, and then I would give it you would give it some groups, and I would give it this loudness. I would write something like this. If we have a layered sound, go through each layer, play the sound, which will return the loudness of that sound. And then after I've played everything, I collect the loudest thing that's played, and I would say, all right, a sound was played from this positional audio player maybe I'd actually pass like self instead. No, yeah, I would pass self. And the groups I think would come from here because each layer contains each layer could, because if I have a multi-layered sound, I could have groups within a certain layer. Would that even make sense? Maybe that doesn't make sense at all. Maybe that's kind of ridiculous. Maybe it should just be attached to the sound resource. So the original sound resource, I have the groups. So yeah, let me do would it be like a pack? No, probably not. Just like that, really. It'd probably be like this. Layer and layered sounds. Let me actually make this a function. Okay. Now the question of managing overlapping sounds is not answered here, but also this function doesn't need to know that as well. It doesn't need to know that. So anything else I do, I'd run that. And I guess here I would just say equals, just play that sound. And yeah, same thing here. Sound played. We'll pretend like all this stuff exists. So this play sound needs to handle pretty much every type. And all it has to do is it has to return a loudness. That's all that needs to be known out here. Global world just needs to track a position, some information about like maybe, because the stuff can be oriented. You have this attenuation stuff. So I have to do a bunch of calculation. Not really calculation, I just have to save this information. I have to save the position, whatever its rotation is, its volume. Not even its volume, I would actually just save its loudness as like a decibel value. And then this stuff. Attenuation, emission angle, if it's on. That way, whenever the senses run, they can do processing to check, could I even hear this? Like, how loud was it if I were to hear it? I guess Global World would probably do that calculation for you. You would ask like, hey, what's the volume of this sound if I'm standing here? If I'm at this position, and it would run the calculation for you. And just give you back the loudness. Okay. Well, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I'm back. Okay. Now, still looking at this, I feel like it is a bit odd that play sound returns a loudness. But I mean, it does look weird. This does look weird. Maybe instead I should just be calling play sound and then computing loudness myself. Let's say that. Let me actually say play sound is just going to handle everything about playing the sound, and that's all it does. But then loudness, I have to compute myself. So I would have let me make it a function because I have loudness right here. Let me make a function that's just called like get loudness. Oh my gosh. How can I do this without casting it, without converting it into linear though? Because linear, I know I just convert it to linear and then I would multiply the values. Let's say how, I don't know, just how to multiply decibels. Does it even work? I'm sure it doesn't quite work like that. AI is telling me that I convert them to a linear scale, multiply. Okay, but I don't have to do that. Multiplying decimals. Thanks, AI. That's super helpful. Change the intensity and multiply, divide by 2. You add or subtract 3. Okay, this is really weird. Multiply, divide by 10, you add or subtract 10. Multiply, divide by 2, you add or subtract 3. Oh, wait a second. This is not how this works at all, is it? I should not be just taking a max loudness. I should be summing them together for the group. That's going to be much more accurate, give me much more accurate results. So something like a gun sound. I mean, you know, the gun sound is fully simulated together to be heard next to it. It's not actually set up to be heard from far away. But I could, I guess that's where the loudness would come in, right? That's where the loudness would solve my problem. Because then I would just say, yeah, I play the sound at like 0 or like -2 decibels. But I know the loudness is actually like 80 or 100 or whatever the value is. Wait, these are... I did just realize though, this is different. When I'm working with okay. I need to like actually look this up again to figure out what's going on here. Because there's two different kinds of decibels here. This is okay, so this is electronic. Where 0 is your initial position, you go negative from there. And you pretty much don't get these sounds. You pretty much don't do this. But I'm looking for real values, which I don't. I'm assuming that real values don't hit 0. You're always a positive value. Which I guess would be linear power. What is this? I feel like this isn't the same. I feel like I remember going here before and they were like, there was a lot more. $150 to $160. They even got decibels for different gauge sizes. Nice. Different barrel lengths. Wow. So 150 to 160 is pretty much it. So I guess I would just say everything is 160. Maybe I go louder. So those are good model values, right? Now the problem is, since I'm working... Oh wait, here's all the list. Hang on. Acoustics. What do we... Which one is... Is it full scale? Before clipping occurs. Yeah, full scale is... Is full scale the one that I'm looking for? I don't know. Because what they're talking about here is, like, real decibels. Electronics, the scale is, like, shifted to 0. Is that all this is? I don't know. I don't know. Getting from 80 to 110. How many 80 vacuum cleaners must be operating once to create a sound level of 110? So you need 100? 1,000 vacuums are needed. Might seem like a lot of vacuum cleaners, but keep in mind that large changes in sound intensity are needed to make small changes in sound level. Three applications of the rule add... Oh yeah, I said 80 to 110 is 30, not 20. Add 30 to the sound level, but multiply the intensity by 10 3 times. This is weird though. Subword. Why math? Because I have an issue with how I'm actually computing loudness. Which I was thinking I need to add them together. But I don't know. There's like these two... This decibel exists in two places. There's a decibel that we talk about when we're talking about like outside, like real sounds that we hear. And there's decibel that we talk about when we talk about computers. And I don't know. I feel like maybe someone needs to like explain it to me because I don't understand where the two come from and why they're considered the same, it seems. Working in relational algebra. Oh man. I don't even know what that means. What is relational algebra? I just don't know what it... Because when we work with electronics, we start at 0 and then we go down from there. Going above is when you get clipping, which I think is what decibel full scale is. Like, this is what computers use. Maybe they say it here. They use dB, like, what do they use? It's just too technical. This doesn't mean anything to me. SQL, but math. Oh. Okay. That's crazy. Audio electronics. Like, this is what... Yes. This is what computers use. Computers use decibel full scale. Where they start at 0. notation is so ugly. Is that pi? Is that like capital pi? What is that? It's no longer English. Some stupid math symbols. Is it dBm 0? Zero transmission? Is this? Like, what? Volume unit? Is this what computers use? VU? Wait, where's VU? Why does this not have its own thing? I don't even know. Why is there so many? I don't know. I actually don't know. The thing that just sucks about this wiki page is they don't first, maybe it's written somewhere. They don't tell you what they're talking about, because they just write decibels. They're talking about the standardization, the IEC standard of decibel. But then they don't tell you which one of these it is. I'm assuming here, because they have dB and then in parentheses full scale, that's what the standard is. Yeah, 0 is a sign of the maximum, so this is what computers use. -6 is 50%. That's what I got here, right? -6, 50%, roughly. It's not exact, it's close. But when I look up something like this and they say 150 to 156, what is that? I mean, I guess these are just two different units and I just treat them differently. But I guess the issue is, how do I add these together? I guess I shouldn't, right? I got here because I was wondering how I add these together. I feel like it should have been easy. Oh my god. And I didn't hit save before I tapped out. Oh, whatever. I mean, I'm just stupid. And I don't understand it well enough. So I'm just gonna go the silly route where I just convert them both to linear and I multiply them together and I convert them back to decibel. So right? Nope. Hit save first. And it's gone. Okay. And it's gone. Get loudness. This is so annoying. Save. Now I tab out. So conversational speech is 60. Threshold of pain is 140. So these are just two different scales. Right, up here, this is standard. This is not decibel full scale. Or is it decibel below full scale? That's what I don't know. Are they the same? -6 is a quarter, which is an amplitude ratio of 1/2. Okay, so this actually is full scale. So 60 is that. I mean, I don't... Maybe watching a man lose his mind is tough. I frequently do this because I'm doing. I feel like I gotta be. I feel like I'm probably generally alone in how I do this stuff because I think most people when they make a game, they're I literally have a commit here. Ah, it works now. They just have art stuff. They're building a level. They're saying like, oh, I'm writing code for the enemy to chase me. And I'm over here like, how do I add sounds? How do I play a sound? Like, that's not normal, right? Most people are not doing that. What am I looking for? I'm looking for audio. I don't even know. What is it? Audio stream player 3D? So when I call play, what does it do? When I call play, what happens? Audio server start sample playback. Cool. Why are there two functions? Audio driver. Those details of how you add sound add a much more solid foundation than others who just wing it. I'll take your word for it. I mean, I also think that too, but sometimes I just wonder if I'm doing too much. Audio server calls audio driver. Okay. All right. So what is this? Audio driver from where? Web? Do they play sounds only through web? Stuff I better just go into it and hope for the best it works. You're the better of the two of us. Nice. No, but there's got to be a point where it is just too much. Like, I would get the same result if I did something simpler that I just haven't thought of yet. ALSA. OpenSL. Pulse audio. Like, which one do I look at? Also, how does it... This is what I missed. How does it know... Okay, this is what I missed. It is here. Play. Audio stream player 3D. Stream playback. Set playback is equal to stream playback. sample playback. Sample playback is a stream get sample offset from position. Okay, this is not like literal position. Stream playback. What is the point of this? I don't know. An audio sample playback. Okay. I think I'm just gonna look at the web then, because yeah. Why not? Channels, play, Godot audio sample, start. So none of this here still gives a position. Into string. Volume pointer. JavaScript. Playback object ID. Godot audio. Oh my gosh. Wow. No way they wrote that. Okay. Oh my god. Class. All right. This is getting a little insane. A little bit. I was really hoping there'd be a function that's like, oh, here's the volume. Here's stereo, here's volume channel 1, volume channel 2. This is just crazy. It's not going to be there. It's not going to be there. I know it's not going to be there. Why? What is Godot audio? What is it? What is this name? Where does it come from? Is it out here? Engine? Engine? Maybe it is in worklet? No. Runtime? Web MIDI? Whatever this is. Whatever this is. That's tough. That's tough. That's tough. Okay. Oh, this would be get volume, right? So instead what I would do is I would do just run play sound, and this would be the maximum value between layer, get loudness, and max loudness. Play sound, groups, and sound, get loudness. Okay. I am totally losing it. I really am. I don't know what it is about this. Sound stuff in particular is just really difficult for me. Okay, play sound. So all I want to do, I just want to play it. I just want to play it. I don't care about anything else. I just want to play it. So. I guess the first thing I have to check is if I'm playing. I just want to play it. Please always stay with us. I'm tired of yapping here alone. I do all the yapping. If I get a layered sound, yeah, let me just do this. So if is instance of sound. Wait a second. Yeah, actually, I think I just do that, right? That's how that works. Why am I questioning if that's how that works? It is how that works. If it's a layered sound, I'm going to do this. I'm going to go through every layer and... Right. Sound layered, what this has to do is I need to override the get loudness because I have to compute here's the issue. Here's an issue I just hit. I can vary the loudness. I can vary the volume of something individually. Okay. Does a volume variation change the loudness? Maybe it doesn't. Any excuse not to edit my videos? I'm at the waste of time yapping, not the informative yapping. Dude. Am I even informative? Or is it just like the ramblings of someone actually losing their mind half the time? I feel like Maple was right when they said that. That's what this is. I'm a Unity head. This ain't my cup of tea. Wow. I think Godot's pretty cool. I would say it's the coolest. Except in this case where I'm in recovery mode because it's failing to compile audio and somehow that fails to load everything. And that crashes the engine. And now I'm in a weird state where if I tab out before hitting save, it will delete what I changed. That's not very cool. That's very uncool. Yeah. This has got to be new because I mean, I've done stuff in recovery mode before. I haven't had this happen where just something normal is failing. I mean, what would really probably be best is if I just went ahead and made this just wrote like to-dos. This returns void. And just like fix this up a little bit so I can actually start running something. I mean, that's not even real. Bus. Wait, what? Which bus do I run? You know what? Literally just delete all this. I'm just like literally just deleting all this. Just literally just delete all this. Delete. Weapon audio player. Sound resource weapon. And I wouldn't do any of this. Wait, weapon audio player? Wait a second. Weapon audio player isn't real anymore. I just realized this isn't real anymore. Close that. I need to actually just delete that file. Delete. It's gone. Weapon node will now use a positional audio player. Positional audio player. And it will do sound equals that. has no member sound effect. Okay, weapon resource. Why am I on this line? I don't know. Sound effect. Sound resource weapon. I don't know what I was going to type here, but apparently I was going to type something in there. So let me open, I guess, world. Maybe even a world scene. I'm going insane. Yeah, me too. Oh, look, there's Troy. And it didn't crash. Invalid assignment of property key bus with valid type string name on a base object of node 3D. I never wrote that? I was wondering how... I was wondering about that. It's weird. Bus should be... Yeah, bus should just be here. Scene. I didn't clear the error output first. It looks good. So wait, does this... I definitely don't expect to hear anything, but at least I can actually do... I can run around now, and I'm out of recovery mode and crash. That's fine though. Weapon audio player sound. Should be that. Can I get to a point where I'm just waiting to hear the sounds? Crash. Audio player play is what it should be, not play sound. All right. Now we're at a point where I have... it's code I have not written. Okay. Good. Parameter from position is never used. Parameter sound is shadowing an already declared... I just want to get rid of that. Also, these probably do need from position, right? Yeah. Okay. Am I in a bit of a better spot now? Good. That's gone. Cool. So now I would just have to write all this play sound stuff. The only real issue is when I get into volume and pitch, that becomes a problem. Which, that problem does not exist here, but it does exist in here. Sorry, I hit the mic. I'm so bright. Alright, now it's probably time for auto. There we go. Alright, so what am I actually missing first? First, I'm missing layer get sounds. Okay. So let's go here. Find some kind of get sounds, which is just going to return this, actually. So we're going to write in here. Just going to return an array of sound resource, and we just straight up return sounds. No. No, don't say that. So then in sound resource weapon, I can override this. Yeah, straight up, let me just do this. So when I when I set any of these, I'm gonna have a function here that's just like update sound array. And all it's gonna do is gonna say sounds is equal to transient kick. I'm going to do it in alphabetical order, actually. Body. Kick, neck, tail, transient. So every one of these, they're going to have a set, the value. And that's all I'm going to do for each one of these. All right. And I think what I actually want to do is I want to do sounds. I'm going to keep it all in one, so I'm not going to like, well, I need to make it a new one. I've been actually having to do work from home today. What a sick joke. Yeah, it is the Godskin Apostle. Do you normally not do anything? But I do only want them to be here if they actually have a value. If they don't, then I don't want to include them. Workload is slimmer. Most of my job is answering people's questions, and a lot of people don't do anything when they work from home, so I don't get many questions. Dude, let's not talk about that. All right. That's over the line. I want to talk about it. No, you won't. No, we have not. For the record, this is all being archived, so, and may end up on a big movie screen when Zombie Game is the best game ever released in history, and people want to watch every second of development of it. They're gonna pull clips from your devlog specifically when we're talking about this. Yeah. I don't know who they is, but they will. What was it, Ill? I think I looked at Ill yesterday. Ill might be the best one ever. If it actually comes out and it looks like the trailers. The big day. Alright, that's all set, I think. Layered. Now I can probably do this get loudness where which I'm just gonna straight up I'm not gonna worry about adding. Technically it should be added, but it seems like the scale is so crazy that, what was it, to get from like 80 to 100 you need like 1,000 sounds. So I think adding them, I think just getting a max is good enough, especially if there's anything that's like more than 10 apart. Then a max adding doesn't do anything. It'd be like 100 plus 0.1 or 100 plus 1 at that scale. Dude, stop. Please. I would like to keep this below 18 plus, please. That's too far. I think we just start at... Wait. I start, wait, no, I need a bass loudness, right? Which will be, no, there's no, this is a combination. Never mind, wait. No, there is. super get loudness. We're just talking about Pokemon. We all know we're not. Joker got a new Pokemon. What is Joker? From Batman? So base loudness. So I would do something like return base loudness times max loudness, and then I would compute this value from everything within. And it will be on the linear scale. So I have to do linear to decibel, decibel to linear, to linear, multiply them. He hasn't seen it. Seen what? Maybe I don't actually have a method get sounds. That actually does not make any sense. Just sounds. And then this one I just keep updating it so I don't modify it. Close it and become a bodybuilder? No. You know people die bodybuilding? They give themselves heart attacks with how hard what they do. For sound and sounds, I will do, yeah, max loudness is just the max between max loudness and sound. Yeah, loudness. And then I run that. Actually, I shouldn't even do that. I should just compute it here like this. So multiply this all together. So I don't have to do this casting several times. Do you know people died while breathing? I think no one is breathing when they die. You have lunch yet? I have not. Check my mic. It's good. I think I corrected what was wrong with it yesterday. What was causing it to change. Maybe loudness should be at a different scale, actually. Or like start with a different range than I have it at. Because, I mean, realistically, 0 is like take your headphones off and that's how loud 0 is, right? Or thereabout. So starting this at 0 and allowing it to go negative probably doesn't make any sense. So maybe I start this at like 10 and I let it go up from there, but you can go negative. Loudness of the sound when played at 0. When played at a volume of 0 dB. What the sound is actually perceived to be in reality. So there's like some nonsense trailer. Keyboard need to keep up with my speed. I need mathematical proof that 1 + 1 is 2. I forgot it, but I remember in, what was it, algebra or something like that? That's what we did for one day. We went through that proof. But I totally forgot it. There's like a chart somewhere that's like I don't know, decibel of common sounds. What's the link here? International Noise Awareness Day. Noiseawareness.org. The softest sound a person can hear with normal hearing. Oh, okay. Great. So math is useful? Yes. Breathing is at 10. Okay. Oh. Nice. That's a bunch of stuff. Baby crying 110. Do they have like background, like normal background noise or something? Like the sound of a quiet residential area. 40. What's like a good default value? Nothing is underneath. There's nothing below 40. Maybe 30. A soft whisper. Whispering at 5 feet. Noiseawareness.org. Very loud noise. Comprehensive chart of... Why are these all purple? As if I visited them before. Leaves rustling. Okay, so maybe 40 is a good default for a sound. That's just like air conditioning, every, you know, background noise. Alright, I'll say we start at 40. Just random image of Woman covering her ears with pillows. Car tires 70. That's a great value to have. Car tires. No save time for sound exposure at the volume of gunshots. I have shot many guns wearing literally 0 ear protection. And unfortunately, I have a ringing in my left ear from that. Still have it. I still have ringing in my ear? Yes. This was probably 2 or 3 years ago now. It is permanent. It's not that bad. For me, I have heard that it's really, like, tinnitus is really bad. Tinnitus, I think is the actual way you're supposed to pronounce it. Some people it drives them mad. I don't even notice it unless I'm, like, reminding myself that I have it, and then I can hear it. Put the ring on your finger, not your ear. What? Definitely stupid. I'm not really sure why we were shooting guns and there's like somehow just no understanding that we need to have ear protection. I guess it's just if you're lucky, you'll be fine. But I got probably a little unlucky. The theory is that I was shooting a revolver. The theory is that I just positioned my body in a certain way that amplified the volume in my left ear specifically. That caused the damage. Rick, this one's gonna wear safety. Yeah. Yeah. All my computer parts are here except the CPU cooler. I mean, you can. Unless reviews online say, do not use the stock cooler. It is awful. Your computer will melt. I don't think they make stock coolers worthless though. What am I doing? Loudness, I was just trying to get a better value, and this is a better scale, I think, to work with. I probably don't need to worry about Yeah, honestly, I don't think I even need to worry about decimals there. All right, 1.0 though. And I may as well leave a link for myself to some kind of website, which I've closed. Smart guy. Smart guy from me. Maryland? Okay, I don't want to open a PDF. Stop it. Never mind. Typically, I think the stock cooler wouldn't be sufficient. Well, yeah. I mean, I would think so, too. GTA 5 Firefox theme? Pretty much. Six. Oh yeah, GTA 6, right. Dude, why is everyone still talking about Hassan? Rifle cap gun? A cap gun is that loud? Maybe I don't know what cap gun means. I'm thinking of those ones that have like, they're like made of plastic and they literally just pop and they don't actually shoot anything. Toddler being deafened by the sound of a subway image. It keeps getting worse. I am getting hungry. A toaster? Really? The sound of the toaster popping up is about as loud as a blender. I guess the difference is that one sound is continuous and one is like a short sound. I mean, sure. Do I trust noiseawareness.org for good values? Didn't declare a variable. Tough. Custom car stereos at full volume. Instant possibility of instant ear damage. Leaf blower, power saw. Considered unsafe. You know, I just think that there's, I feel like, I mean, okay, so a difference of 10 here is like a difference of 100 or like 1,000 or something. Wait, no, a difference of 10 is 10 times. Dude, everyone forgets to declare a variable. So this isn't like 110 to 120. This is like 1 to 10, right? So I guess, yeah, you know, a plane is probably 10 times louder than a power saw. Okay, but let's say power tools is at 90. Maybe decibelpro.app /blog does not know what they're doing. Maybe they actually don't know what they're doing. Because that's such a wide range. Oh, they say a power saw. Maybe they just copied from this site. Because, yeah, they put jet plane. Alright, yeah, they just straight up copied from this website. They put power saw at 110 and they put plane at 120 at the ramp. So not even next to it. Can we get a face reveal at 100? Yeah, maybe I'll do that. There's a difference between forgetting to declare a variable and realizing your mistake and fixing it and immediately blaming the database. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I'd say leave below power saws. That's about where they would be. They would be together for sure. Alright, I'm gonna use this site. I'll put this in the documentation. Reference values. Yeah. Oh my gosh, now it's dark. But that is your job. Didn't you think that that actually is your job, though? That is why you get paid? It literally is not. Okay. Okay. If you say so. What I should have done is said this was not a database problem. I don't know, man. Like, maybe I would be mad, but also I would say I don't know, maybe she was just trying to, maybe she just wanted to talk to you. Maybe that's what it was. And maybe she wrote a script and was like, I want to go talk to this database guy, and then she just deleted a line from her script, and then she came to you about it. It was over email, and she's like 50. Okay. Over email? Well, that's silly. Hooger got Riz. That is a strat, though. Take a working script, delete one line from it, and then, like, go ask someone for help. I can look and see when it was last modified. I'm totally lost and distracted and hungry. I'm gonna get food. I'll be back in a few minutes. Got food. Rosy Game Dev, how would he know? Yeah. I know him all my life. He should have known. It was a hypothetical, okay? I was saying, what if the only reason they were blaming the database is so that they could talk to you? Okay. Did you have anything, Yulia? Any fake zombie games? Any fake trailers? Yeah, I mean, you had to run it at some point, right? There can't literally be infinite fake zombie games. Also, this is a leftover sandwich. How are you meant to eat this? I'm just gonna hold this up. How are you meant to eat that? How are you supposed to bite into this? OD trailer? Grease your mouse? What? What is this? Okay. Yeah. I think I've heard OD, but I don't know anything about it. I feel like I've only seen the name or something. Or only heard it mentioned. This immediately makes me think of that Corridor Digital video where they have a guy who's in like some time loop or something. Or no, he's in non-Euclidean space. That's what it is. Wait, what is this? This is like that one movie with the guy. Whoops! I just hit. With the guy. What is this? What is this? With the guy turning into a plant. Colorful? What is this? Wow, it got it. Annihilation. Annihilation, pool scene. This guy? This is just different versions of Siren Head. Okay, and literally Siren Head. There's a certain SCP that's like a... I think it's like the coolest one I've ever read. But it's very similar to this, I think. It's like our normal world, but then there's just these like huge creatures that exist. This is the new Warzone map.
That's the whole goddamn street.
What is it? It's a... What is it? It's a... I think it's a mirror. Is it the staircase? No, it's not the staircase. I think it's like a mirror It's a disc. It's a mirror disc. Um. Uh. Yeah, it's got to be this one. This is what I'm thinking of. I thought it was a mirror. I guess it's not. It's on a mirror. It is specifically placed on a mirror. That's where it comes from. SCP-93. Yeah, this was a really cool one. I feel like this is really, really cool. Like this is a great concept. But also, is it even original? Nothing matches Dr. Bright. Well, I said it's the coolest one that I've read. So, I don't think I've read that one. Also, it's a reveal trailer. There's no gameplay. Free to play. Hmm. Eh. This doesn't have to be free to play. So why is it free to play? I don't know. This doesn't have to be free to play. What is it? Peak is not free to play? Like, why should this be free to play? Yeah, free to play is really weird. I think free to play is weird. If the game looks anything like what this reveal trailer is, this could be $40, I think. I'd say 40 is a fair price. If multiplayer is required, maybe you need to drop that number to like 20 or 30. But free to play is strange. Well, you're gonna watch me chew. How do you feel about Rust, the game? I did an incredible thing with just a few days ago. I was watching this clip that I recorded with Raiden. We jumped a guy and got like 2,000 something scrap from him. We were just like on a server where it was like just us and some other guy. We robbed him. Highway robbery. Let him in a trap. Yep. You look like you play Rust. I don't know what that means. He does look like a loser. I just noticed this guy's camera has an internet connection. You see that? Can't even see it. I gotta turn this off. Right above his exposure setting, he's got some internet here. And he's also low battery. What lower than me, what does that mean? Queued up for 5v5 and there were 11 votes. Maybe someone figured out how to vote twice? I don't know. That's a funny auto mod. Why are we always qualifying that that his girlfriend is Asian? Why are we doing that? As if he has multiple, and we're specifically talking about the one that is Asian. Okay, sure, but you know, you don't have to keep repeating it. You did it before the stream. Thanks for the distraction. When do you go live? Pretty much every day. You can look at the schedule for your time zone. Roughly around that time is when I start. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm back. Great news, I have managed to make the hand rotate a bit. Wonderful. Okay. Unload stream. Right, okay, so that one's still... actually, wait, yeah, is this one saved? Right, no, it's null. What happens if that happens anyway? Unload stream. So, I don't know where those parentheses went. Okay. Max out this for sound and sounds. I max it out by getting the sound of each one individually and getting loudest one. What if I pass negative infinity to this? Maybe I start this at like negative 1,000 then. Man. One day this cough will go away. One day. Pretty sure I'm not even sick. I think it's probably related to my streaming. It's probably related to that. I'm drinking about the same amount of water that I normally do, but I am talking way more than I normally do. And that becomes an issue. Okay. So I think all that's pretty good. We play the sound, we get the max loudness, then we say that we played the sound, the loudness. We play the sound, then we say that we played the sound at some loudness. And the should return. So now play sound does have to I'll leave this stuff for now, but because I mean I might need some of this. I think I definitely need to have this in there somehow because I need to know what this value is before I play a sound. I guess I can do the really simple one. Which I guess is the base case. So I'm going to write that in. So essentially I have to get the stream, the audio stream. I actually don't do that. I say if not, stream is ready, then I return. Otherwise I get the stream. And just to be sure, if it exists, we return true. If we're not loading async, we return false. Good. Okay. I get the stream. Now I need to get I need to get a volume. I have a feeling I'm gonna need to add parameters to this method, but I'll get there. I'm gonna need a volume. This one doesn't do anything with global world loudness or anything like that. I'm just getting the volume. I get the volume, I get the pitch. And then I would have the offset. So it'd say if the sound is a sound variable, then it will say offset add get offset seconds. And it doesn't go below 0. That's good. So now let's say playback, play stream, this stream, offset, volume, volume, pitch, playback type. Playback type default sample stream. Just that default. What are these? Type to cut an audio general default playback type. Project audio general stream. Okay, so I'll just leave it as default, I guess. Because I really don't know what to set it to. And then bus. We just use bus. This is all it does. It just plays it. Now is where I get to the case that I need to start working with IDs and figure out if the sound is overlapping or not. How do I determine whether or not a sound overlaps? Maybe I just put that on the sound resource itself, and I set whether or not this can overlap. I feel like that makes sense. If the sound can play over itself during polyphonic playback. If set to false, if set to false, the sound will be abruptly interrupted when trying to play over itself. Will be abruptly interrupted when trying to play over itself, or when it is in a group. And another sound tries to play over it. Nah, I'll just say when trying to play over itself. And I can use an ID system. Yeah, I can check like an ID system. Ban May. But May is a broken character. How do I do this? I just have a case where I specifically want to not play a sound over itself. Does that make sense? Because I have this for the layered sound where when you fire your gun, we interrupt the tail. And what else do we interrupt? I have to look at the code to remember what I had. I would interrupt the tail and wrong thing. Weapon audio player. The tail and the transient don't play over each other. I think it does make sense to have this, because I'm pretty sure things would sound really bad if you had like an identical tail playing over itself several times. I think that would just sound really obvious and bad, and that's not like entirely realistic to where that sound comes from. That's like just an echo, right? The transient, the idea for interrupting that one is because it's such a loud sound. And it's also meant to be a little bit longer. So it's kind of like a close range sound of it with a little bit of echo. It's about how it sounds when you record a gunshot on like through a camera. It's about that sound. You get a small amount of echo, but it dies off really quick. And the tail is meant to be there to play whenever, like, sometime after the last gunshot. I'm just having an issue of how do I interrupt these. At least when I was trying to explain it here, trying to write the documentation for this is hinting to me that I can't explain it very well. If this sound can play over itself, that is specifically what I mean, right? If set to false, the sound will be cut off. The sound will be cut off when playing again. Or when playing twice. But how does that look here? How do I uniquely identify the resource? Install Brown Dust 2. It's a really nice RPG. Brown Dust. What a name. Why does this have an RID? Wait. Resource has an RID? Oh. Alright, what? RID? Really? Cool, okay. So I guess I just do that and check if it already exists in my list. And if it is, then I interrupt it. So I will leave all that stuff up there, but I definitely want, I need a mapping to know to interrupt the sound. Oh man, what do I need? Because the way that I did it before is I knew that the same layered sound, I would just want to cut everything off. But since I could technically have nested layered sounds, I don't necessarily want to stop everything that has no overlap. I mean, I guess that's actually exactly what I would do, isn't it? I would stop everything that has no overlap. It would be the exact same thing. Yeah, it literally is. Okay, it would be stream. So I try it this many times. Actually, I only need to try it twice, don't I? Yeah, I suppose if I get a non-overlap. Oh, wait. No, let me do this. Let me do a mapping of the RIDs. It does seem like it'd be really slow, but I don't think I'm going to have so many things running all at once that it's going to be that it's actually a problem. IDs overlap, I can just leave it as that, I think. I think that's fine. I can just take off one at a time until I can run it. But IDs no overlap is specifically going to be a dictionary of RID to an int. It doesn't matter which one of these I take off. I'll just take off the oldest one or the last one that I ran. Actually, what's better? Is it better to add to the front and remove from the back? Or add to the back and remove from the front? Can I... Returns true if the stream associated with a given integer ID is still playing. Check play stream for information on when this ID becomes invalid. This ID becomes invalid when the stream ends. When it is stopped. Stop. Stops the stream, starts the stream. Wait, what is interactive? Playlist. Audio stream that includes substreams and plays them back in a playlist. Weird. Synchronized. Nothing. Came back from a traumatizing streamer. That's tough. Why? What makes him traumatizing? Maybe I don't want to know. All right, so IDs no overlap. If I try to run anything, that's not what I want. If I try to run anything, actually, I guess what I can do is I can look for, actually, yeah, whenever I play, I should just stop every no overlap sound, shouldn't I? Glad you asked. Oh, never mind then. I mean, do it. Maybe I don't want to know. I don't know. I'll let you be the judge. Should I know? Should I not know? Okay, so here what I'll do is I will, serious, I will ruin the fun mood. Alright. Then do not say. They sound dirty. False. Oh, stop needs to be a little bit different. For ID and no overlap keys, clear it. Also, what happens if I call stop stream with something that's invalid? Does it say anything about that? I bet I can just go look at the code and it's gonna say like, if not in list, return. Fine stream, if not, yep, literally just that. Yeah. Okay. So my thinking here is I just check to see if I don't even check to see that actually. If this exists in the no overlap, which means the last time we played it, it said it didn't want to overlap, then I don't let it overlap, right? Or maybe I don't. If it can overlap, I want to do this, where I essentially just try to get the ID. And I will do... For I in range 2, I'll just try this twice. If ID is not invalid ID, I can return. I am done. Otherwise, I want to pull off an overlapping sound. So or I guess rather I take yeah. I just take the oldest one from here and I stop that one. It's possible, but you still haven't implemented the... Nope. This one's been tough. This has been like a surprisingly difficult problem for me. I think it's just because I already had so much written that it was really hard to refactor it together. Because what I did was I just deleted a bunch of code and I just wrote this out. And I'm like, let me just pretend that these methods exist. And going from there is getting me progressing through it. Does remove that? It doesn't return anything. Yeah, let's do this. Let's remove from the front and add to the back. Sound effects, yeah. SFX. I don't have to set ID there. I can just read it like this. Nah, I won't read it like that. I'll write it like that. Just use the UE5 blueprints. If it's empty, we can't do anything. I should leave notes here. No overlap stream to stop. Right. And otherwise down here, I will just do return. In fact, let me say break instead and leave the return outside the loop, because that seems a bit strange. And then I will add it to the front. I'd use overlap, insert 0 ID. For the overlapping streams, should I do the same way? The issue is that I could have multiple streams for the same resource. That's what's weird. I think it's just best to remove the oldest stream. Oh, whoa, I'm not inserting at the front. What am I thinking? I add to the back. So the oldest stream is going to be at ID 0, index 0. Which I definitely think there's some kind of optimization here when you are... Well. Yeah. When you're removing from the front and adding to the back for an array, you could just change your pointer to... I mean, in theory, you could just shift your data forward a little bit, your header forward, and say your pointer to your second element, and the memory behind you's been freed. And you just move forward. So removing from the front does not necessarily have to be a copy everything back. It could be optimized to just moving the pointer forward. I don't know if they actually do that. They probably don't. But that is a possible thing you could do. That would be a really low level optimization though. That'd be really low level. Okay, if we can overlap, we try twice to play it. If we fail the first time, we will remove something and then try it again. And if that fails, then I give up. Otherwise, it's non-overlapping. Find last stream and stop it. And then if this one fails, if there was no last stream but we're already at our max, what happens then? I don't know. I think if there's just not room for it, I don't stop anything. I just don't play the sound. Because either way, I either stop something that I probably just started, or I don't play one of the sounds. It'll be on whatever silly developer managed to mess it up to realize that one of their multiple sounds is not playing because they did something weird with the polyphony, or they're playing it way too frequently. So is it going to complain to me about same words? No else there. It is. It's complaining. I'll call this last. One second. 1 minute. I gotta take the dog out. I'll be right back. I'm back. Okay. So I get the stream. Though I just realized this. If this doesn't exist, what does last equal? Welcome back, buddy. Doggy? Yeah. There is the dog. What happens? Does this fail? Does it, like... Does it put null into last? Let me do this. Let me just not have a type there at all. And I'll say if last, then I can remove it. Right? This angle is giving me PTSD. Angle? What? About what? Are you talking about Hassan again? Just hit the mic, sorry. Please tell me you're not. Okay. Okay. Find last stream and stop it. Yeah, what happens if I fail? I guess if I fail, then just nothing, right? Is there a hair in here? Feels like there's a hair brushing up against me and I can't fix it. Man, I don't know. I don't know what happens if I... Oh, I guess I would have a default, wouldn't I? Smart. Smart by me. Smart by me. A default value, of course. Shave all of it one day. And that's serious. I will one day. Except for the beard. I'm going to keep the beard. But one day I will. It is in my plans. If last is not equal to invalid, then IDs no overlap set sound RID to last. And then I return. Otherwise, can I remove one remove, erase. What happens if I erase something that's not in there? Returns true if the given key existed. Okay. But I have to. I have to write this. Until you get married. Port this to Unreal and use the blueprints. RPG Maker and Vibe Code. Wow, those are both awful sounding. I don't have an issue with RPG Maker, but vibe coding... I would literally give up the first time I ask it to do something and it doesn't do it correctly. That's how fast I would stop. As soon as I have to say, no, you made a mistake, I'm done. What is the isValid code? Please tell me it's literally just checking if find stream is not null. Yeah. Oh. You don't need to tell it to stop, just go with the vibes, man. Change your game gender depending on whatever slop it generates. Game gender. Game genre? Game gender is a curry. That's awesome. I really like that. That's a funny way to talk about a game genre. A game gender. Crazy typos. Crazy. Alright, does that play sound? Almost done? If it is a layered sound, I would have to go through every layer and basically call play sound on top of it. This will be linear scale, volume. Wonder if I can write code this fast, what could go wrong? Oh no, I'm falling asleep. It's happening. Honestly, like, I remember there's a time when I was like writing HTML and like doing PHP and JavaScript. Maybe it's just because I was literally coding in Notepad. But like, honestly, I think back on that. How did I do anything? Like, I am so in desperate need of like software to tell me that I'm like typing things correctly and that I'm not having a typo. If I need a function, I can type something near it or that I think it starts with, and then I can look it up and I can go through and I scroll through it really quick. Didn't have that for JavaScript. In Notepad. Black text on white background. VS Code ruined everything. I went from that to IntelliJ Community. That was like the first time I was really... Actually, no, it was Python. Python was the first time I was writing in something that was a little more intelligent than a Notepad. I mean, the actual Python text editor is literally just a colored Notepad. It doesn't give you any tips, any hints. The interpreter could give you hints. So I would like have my script file open and then interpreter open, and I might go into the interpreter and type in something to find a name, or I would type in help and it would pull it up. That's crazy. I mean, I was so young at that point. I wasn't even thinking about like how much more advanced it was. I was just like, oh, that's cool, and then I just started using it without even thinking about it. I wrote an entire... Oh my god, how did I do that? I wrote an entire Counter-Strike trade bot with a website to trade with the bot using only Notepad in PHP and JavaScript. And I had a chat window that I could live chat with people on the site. And I had payment through PayPal. So you could buy items. Yeah. Like, I keep forgetting that I did that before, and I'm like, how did I literally do that? All black text on white background. I still have it. I have all of it. All the code. The trade bot wasn't entirely by myself. It was like a library that I used, but everything else was by myself. The PayPal payment stuff was by myself, which that was just like really well documented on their site. It was basically just 2 web requests. I mean, I still had to set up the inventory management and the trade bot and like a database and everything. That was just like an interface to create and accept the trade. That's pretty much all that was. Like that would be the easy, trivial part. That was crazy. And yeah, as I was working on that, I was planning on making it a more public thing, and then Naval was like, no more. No more. You cannot buy things from other websites. No more. And then no one trusted sites anymore. And then they didn't kill. they didn't take down every website, so some websites still stayed around, and then yeah, and it seems like they just kind of stopped caring. Anyway, crazy thing that I did once. It was cool though. It was really cool. Like I actually wrote a working like login and chat interface. I had my own like dashboard I could like reply to multiple chats at once. People on the site would just have like that typical like pop-up on the left, like bottom right or something. The chat window. What am I doing? I feel like I've scrolled up and down this file a couple of times now. This is where I am. Gosh, I should just do like find to-dos. I have another one. Okay, that's not a real one. That's a future one. Is future next? I don't know. If it's a sound resource layered, I do this. I go through each layer. Or layer in that get sounds. Actually, all of that. And then I don't need that. I will write a to-do. I'll just copy this. Play sound. Get sounds. Okay, so I do need the get sounds function. Actually, I got rid of that. Thanks for following. UNDG dev. Get sounds. Why is it actually complaining? From, oh. Offset. And then it would be actually, can I run this at the top? I can do this at the top. And what if I don't have a stream? Dev. Yeah, I was thinking about how I pronounce that. I don't think that's pronounceable. That'd be like that'd just be a weird sound to try to make. It would not work. Hello. What do I do here? What do I do here? These have their own volume and pitch, which I get right there. Oh, that's actually, wait. Yeah, volume comes in as linear. dB to linear. Oh, right. That's what I'm missing. I need to do like a decibel volume. There we go. And then this can just take volume and pitch now. Is it that simple? I think it is. Recursion. Oh, there is the... Well, I guess can overlap. Alright, so here's where it gets, here's a question. Can overlap on the layered. Do I just hide that? Honestly, I think it should just hide that. I think I should just hide that. Hides the... let me actually say hides irrelevant. Exports from the inspector and disables their storage. Irrelevant. And it's gone. Okay. So it does make sense for this to be set for layered sound, right? All of that. But I wanted to say that I could have a can overlap on this and it would just be like an and all the way down. But I don't think I should do that. I think it's just best if I check every single one and individually compare it to itself for overlap, rather than specifying an entire, like, layered sound is or is not overlap. Actually, maybe that, would that actually make sense? No, because how would I... Okay, I'm going to bring it back. Because I think I actually do want it. And it would just be stacked. And I still think get sounds should, yeah, get sounds, it should really be a function, shouldn't it? Because I may have some kind of case where I want to change what this returns for some reason. Yeah. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling really, really slow now. Overlap and can overlap. And I will say here if overlap and can overlap. Otherwise, I would consider it a non-overlap. Actually, no, this one should probably go back to... let me see this. Max, wait. No, wait. Okay, let me do a check. Let me, when I run, let me look if there are... no, because I might call this multiple times. This should be the larger value between playback... what is it? Stream? And the size of overlap. Is that right? What does this mean? This looks a little weird, like it doesn't have a proper meaning. Here's my thought. Essentially, what happens if I play a sound that has like 10 layers, and that's the same as my polyphony is like... okay, what if this happens? Could I have more IDs in overlap than there are streams that I could play? I don't know. This is what I had before, so I'm just going to go back to that. Pretty sure that's what I had, right? Yeah. And that was working, so I'll stick to that. Now this is weird though. What if I was previously playing the sound as an overlap, and then it goes from a non-overlap to an overlap? Maybe what I do is I check if it's a non-overlap and then I kill it. Maybe I should do that. If this exists in no overlap, stop it first. Right. So this handles the case if we go from an overlap to a non-overlap or a non-overlap to an overlap. Sorry, that's just the last one. A non-overlap to an overlap. We will still respect that non-overlap. So we stop it. And then we can go to an overlap. Now, what if I go from an overlap to a non-overlap? The overlap will continue playing, but I feel like I should respect the non-overlap. But I can't find that, because I don't know. I guess I just want to know. Yeah, I don't know. And let me do a up here. I believe invalid ID is just like it's -1. Okay. Yeah. Just that. This was a non-overlap before, erase it. Okay. It's layered, we just go through there and we do that stuff. Wait, does this actually work now? Will there be sound? Will there be sound? Rare. And crash. Oh, what is all this? Oh, right. Okay, so still, you know, I still have like leftover stuff here. This actually is definitely going away now. That just goes away. Definitely just not doing that anymore. So sounds is gone. Don't need that. And this is for update sound. Sounds is not declared. Sound. Okay. And I will track an overlap. Right. So if if sound is instance, oh man, layered, that's it to do. Otherwise, I can just say, let me copy this. I should probably go and create that like multi-sound thing, that like randomized sound picker. Do my open key placements and just ruining all of these lobbies. Ruining? Dude, I think your lobbies are harder. I know once before you were saying, like, whenever you would queue with me, the games would just get harder for some reason. I think there's just something with, like, queuing that makes them harder than they should be. But maybe yours are just difficult. Maybe it's just yours now. The tables have turned. Wait, what would I do here? I would return to. Actually, no, I would just return 1. I don't know what I'm thinking. Return 1. I would need that. I would need this if I have layered, nested layers, where I have one set to 0, which means everything inside of that one becomes false. They just get one channel. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say something where I check the volume of it. I'm actually not gonna check that. You know what, let me just say this. Let me just say polyphony is gonna be the number of sounds that exist. Just that. It's gonna be the number of sounds that exist, and that's it. As long as they're valid as well. As long as they're also valid. If not sound, I return, so I don't do anything. Yep, cool. Ruining lobbies like I'm going 26-0 every game. Oh, okay. That's good then. Plat 5 to Plat 2. Nice. Are you doing support right now? Or are you doing... What are you doing? Open queue. Why did it start you at silver? That's crazy. Dude. I literally just stare at text constantly, okay? It's hard for me to read literally every word. Oh, right. I think mine's... Well, I think every time they do a reset, they drop it by 1, right? So my placement would have me at diamond. Because I think it left off at master. Well, yeah, filling is the best way to rank up. If you go into open and you're like, I only want to play tank, then you're probably gonna lose a lot. Actually, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna not do this. Well, I do want to update it, but I want it to be everything. So this way I'm not like making a new array constantly if I change those. Let us punch stop on the flower petal. So yeah, what I want to do is I want to return the length of this array. And then I can okay, cool. Then I can override get sounds here. And do that. And you know what? I may as well make the get for this be equal to get sounds. I may as well. Now back here, my plan was I will just return the length of this array. And that's all I do. No. Never mind. I have to go through each one. And then I don't do this. No more of that. Okay. All right, now does it just work? Check for infinite recursion in your script. Seriously? Well, that's dumb. If not sounds... Huh. Huh. How do I do this? All right, let me do this. Instead of calling update sound array, I want to do that. And then in get sounds, I will say if not sounds, whoa. Resize to 5. And then that. Then I do this. And now I need this value here. Actually, this will be initially true, so. All right, now no more infinite recursion, and we're good. Possibly. Potentially the sound of a gun firing. Get loudness on base nil. Yeah. If not, later. Continue. Gonna need that in a few places. All right. Ah, groups does not exist now. Okay. We're getting somewhere. So, should the positional audio player contain the group, or should the sound contain the group? I have it written here that the sound would contain the group. That's probably too crazy. I think it makes more sense for the positional audio player to contain the groups that it's playing. Yeah. What could be more expensive? Creating a new positional audio player or just changing its group? Actually, yeah, if I need to play a different sound, then I would just set it to a different group if I really wanted that. Yep. So just groups. So I have a sound, and I will also have groups, which is going to be an array of string name. Actually, it should probably just be the groups that this node is in, shouldn't it? What would make more sense? Doing it like this? Checking the groups there? Or... Huh. I think I would rather type them in. Honestly, I would rather type them in. Yeah, just do that. I feel like I would like that more. To be able to set the group of the player itself. Because the way I think about it is that every sound source, I would attach an audio player. I might even have multiple audio players. and they would essentially just have a single sound on them that they always play. Right? Yeah. Okay. Now I expect to be hearing sound at this point. Tough. Ah, right. This function does not exist yet. Okay. So sound played, it takes a positional audio player. Actually, it could just take that. It doesn't even need groups to be passed. And then a loudness, because that could change. And I guess I could do like a global print for now. Yeah, print. What would this be? It's like %.4f, even 0.2. Yeah, let's just say 0.2f. Put a parenthesis there. Okay, now sound. Now sound. Now I hear it. Now I will hear it. I mean, I don't know why I didn't play. Not sure why I don't hear anything. So I guess let me just put like a break here then and watch. See what happens. Figure out why I don't hear anything. So I have this sound. Oh, it's never been loaded. Duh. I have to go through resound and load it. Of course. So what I would do here is I would load sound. Geez, what is this? Instance of. If it's a layered sound, all of this. And then this else. Any other special sound containers will go here. And at the bottom I would just do sound load async. You should just stream at Discord streams of my Overwatch games. Yeah. Oh, what is this? Stream? Am I? What is it? Player.stream. Oh. Okay, there they are. Why did that not load until I called play? I guess it makes sense. Does it make sense? If I set a sound, it calls sound at 30 as true. Maybe this could just run a process every now and then. And if we get a process tick or a physics tick, it will call like that on the background. Yeah, let's do that. Is this a tool? It's not. Okay. So this will load it eventually. So I'm not delayed. It seems loud. That actually still seems loud on stream. I feel like I know I've cranked it down quite a bit. Is that actually lower volume? About 12. I feel like it wasn't much quieter. That's coming out at max volume, actually. That is absolutely coming out at max volume. So, apologies for that. That was definitely too loud. So when I init, I have to set the bus on this. Oh, equals the sound bus, which is default to weapon. So why is it not working? Why did that just not work? Maybe it is quieter. What if I make it that quiet? Also, I just noticed that it went back up to like -6, or like -8, whatever it was, even though I hit save and replace. That's playing at max volume. What is up with that? Why are we not respecting my options here? What? Just what? What? What is happening? Weapon. Also, why does this not show? I feel like this should be showing like remote stuff. It's definitely not. Sorry. Why is it loud? I'm gonna mute this until I know that's like gonna be quiet. Until I've confirmed that it's quiet. I know I've set this up that this is the default, right? Like if I go to project settings, buses, default bus layout right there. That's it. And displaying the weapon. So I guess I will go here and figure out why bus is not being set. How could bus not being set? Could bus not be set? I don't know how. I don't make a new one ever, right? It's the same one. It's created as soon as I load in. Yep. So weapon audio player. Wait, does it set it in the ready? Bus, weapon. So let me go down here to play sound. Stop on this and this one. Continue. here. So bus is going to be, I'm assuming master at this point. It says weapon. That just isn't true. This is just not true. That is so loud. That is so loud. That is not the right volume. Why is this, wait, why is volume dB negative? What? Oh, okay. Right. This can vary slightly. Alright, that's why it's down. Volume 0.993, pitch 1.025. Okay, that makes sense. Why is polyphony 2? I don't get it. What's going on here? Why does it not respect this at all? Like, that is obviously too loud. Current value weapon. Do I have a typo? So confused. Why are these ones like gray and like blue and gray? Oh, what's going on here? Wait. Sound RID is an invalid RID? What? So that's not usable. Wait, player bus is set to... What? Well, that's stupid. What is this? That's why. Oh, man. That is actually really dumb. It just totally ignores whatever I provide as the bus, and it just says, no, we're not playing there. We're going to play to the one that the player is set to. That's so stupid. That is so stupid. That's annoying. That is just annoying. You should observer. Oh, man. When this works, I will be done. Oh my god, it worked. So bus is just completely ignored. Why? So if I take this out, it's still going to be quiet? What the hell is the point? That's gotta, I mean, that's just straight up a bug, is it not? That is straight up a bug. I'll leave it in case sometime in the future they fix that, and then I'll have to go back here and fix it again. I'm gonna write a note. Godot bug. This value is ignored. Man. All right. I hate that I can't just type a freaking value in here. How do I type a value in here? Like, why? Oh my god. And then they do this where I can't, like, make the dial larger. Oh my god, these guys suck. Why would they do this? This is awful. Just give me text. Literally just give me text. I'm going in manual. I'm going in manual here. Nice. Sound is back. We got sound. Oh my god, dude. The head just like reattaching itself is so weird. Okay. And in theory, it's just done. This is just done. Although I don't need... Actually, I need everything. Yeah, all the code here is needed. All right. Oh, it's so much. What's even changed? Oh, they used to be -8. Let me change that back. Okay, -8. I will even go here and click this and then click this and it says -8 and then I click save as and then I click that and I click save and I click replace. And then I look at this and it's going to be the same value and it's not going to change. Cool. So those names changed to sound resource weapon. Though there's no need for the ID to change there. So let me honestly fix that. So this is it's literally just the script for some reason. Changed this ID when it really did not need to. Good, okay. Script path changed. Nothing else did. Good. Sound resource variable. Wait, variable sound resource went to sound resource variable. So not all of these have changed correctly. And honestly, that's a manual. It's a manual change, really. Wait, what? These are all really weird. Sound plate. Yeah, that's it to do. Groups. Bus. When I set it on the player. I'd use no overlap change to a dictionary. Physics process will load the sounds on the next physics tick. And that all changed, and it's crazy. Added a new line there. That's good. Loudness and overlap. Lines. Loudness. No more abstract. Oh, I'm dying. All that to update the array. If I change any of them. Weapon audio player just got deleted. Huge. It's now been changed for positional audio player. Normally I would go back and like change the commits around so that weapon audio player becomes that and the file stays the same, but it's such a different file, it may as well just be its own thing. And I think I actually already have a commit. Actually, it might track it. No, it probably won't. It probably won't. Alright. New file, position audio player. Deleted weapon audio player. All of that. And then everything is left in here I don't want. Good. And what's in the log? Replace weapon audio player with positional audio player. New audio player node for managing for playing sound resources at with positional I don't know, like sound resources, tracks played, sounds, and their loudness. For behavior senses. Okay. How is it actually so bright? I like almost everything closed and it looked very bright. Weird. 17 deaths. Wait, what? Had Amora go 417? Dude, what happened to Amora players? I'm about wrapping up here. So, no tracks played sound and the loudness for behavior senses, and then I will have new sound resources. And build layered sounds and variable sounds. And then update weapon nodes for the new audio player node. But I guess Diamond 5, but my entire team is Diamond 1. Dang. It's a pretty big gap, I think. All right, everything's pushed. I am gonna call it there for today. For some reason, this sound stuff has just really taken out of me. Also, I like went to bed after midnight, so that probably has had an impact on me today. All right, well, that's it. I will be back tomorrow. Hopefully to start getting this. Gosh, it's actually gonna get harder because I need to go from just a positional audio player and a loudness to then computing some values to figure out how they model their attenuation. Basically, I need to do like a simulated audio listener. So I need to have like a way to say, hey, this is where I'm standing. Give me sounds that are this loud, and it will give you those sounds. Like, that's literally what I want. That's going to be tough, probably, to find whatever formula buried deep in Godot library for their positional audio. All right, well, that's it. Thanks for watching. I will be back tomorrow. Goodbye.